Okay, let's continue our little adventure. The demon invasion transformed all Canabres into one great battlefield. But nowhere in the city suffers as much as this square. This place saw a clash of titans, the demon Lord Descari leading his hordes from the abyss, and the dragon Terendelev, the mightiest of the city defenders, and one of the first to fall. The scene of destruction leaves no doubt as to the battle's outcome. A skilled scout could recreate the course of the battle moment by moment simply by looking at the ruins from the chimneys torn down by powerful wings in a sharp dive to the bloody track left behind when the demon dragged away the noble reptile's broken body. But there is no hypothetical scout gazing upon the ruins. It is Kalal Palar, and she is not alone. The shadow of strange, barely perceptible presence linger over this place, like a gaze untethered from any observer. This mysterious force unknown to mortal kind silently assesses, judges, and seeks a better way. In an instant, Kalal Palar is vested with this power and looks at the world with its eyes. The past, present, and future stands before her as a unified whole, an unmoving, multifaceted crystal that would be beautiful were it is not the fractures, blemishes, and fleckers marring its splendor. What past does she see? In the past exists the one who wielded this gaze in life. Although the one and life are in opposite terms of eons, the supernatural embodiments of cosmic balance. Rather than who or what, a better word for these entities is how. This Aeon appeared from outside this world, from the greatest beyond, to put an end to the intermingling of planes and destroy the world wound, the chasm disturbing the order of the multiverse. Alas, the visitor from beyond proved too weak for the battle they have to fight. They even failed to finish casting the spell that would have sent the Scurry back to the abyss. With one swing of his scythe, the demon lord cut the Aeon down. What present does he see? Ruins, blood, corpses. None of this perturbs the Aeon disappassionate gaze. The living are alive, the dead will be judged by Pharasma. All is as it should be, but the demons circling in the sky or plowing through the street create a jarring juxtaposition, like splashes of blood-red ink on a restrained pencil sketch. They should not be here. The world of mortal is for mortals. The demon's place is in the demon world. How sublime the world would be if everything in it knew its place. But even the demons aren't as abhorrent as the sharp-edged, unassuming crystal languishing into the dirt among the bricks and smashed cobblestone. No mortal would notice it, but to the Aeon's eyes its mere existence is an outrage against universal law. If the Aeon still existed, They would not stop until the crystal was unmade. But the Aeon is gone, and only the gaze remain. Kalal Palar picks the crystal up from the dead and stows in her pocket. She is mortal, which means she has the power to decide what to do with it. What future does she see? Good and evil, chaos and order. Everything is in lawful place in the multiverse and is no longer trespassing where it does not belong. Nothing is disturbing the smooth and steady current of river of the souls from life into death and back to life again. The reality, rid of its flaws, is now perfect, and the eons withdraw to eternity admire its beauty, which will never be threatened again. After allowing the heroine to view the world through their eyes, the little that remained of the destroyed Aeon is skilled, even appropriate here for an eternity that is so removed from life and death as we understand them, used up its last vestiges of energy. Now they are ready to disperse into nothingness unless someone decides to preserve the Aeon within themselves. Will the heroine take on his power so that she may again look at the world through another's eyes? Or will she allow him to vanish? She will retain the power within herself. The spirit of the Aeon dwells out of sight, deep in Palar's soul, like a pair of magical spectacles stowed until the moment when the heroine once again is to look through the world through another's eyes.
We march ahead.
My beloved brother, I admire your zeal, of course, but would you not agree this is hardly the time to be standing guard over the hole that no one will ever emerge from? Or perhaps you're concerned that someone will decide to go for a night stroll and will accidentally fall into it. Such foresight is laughable, but do you really need so many soldiers for such a task? Can't you hear warriors be put to better use, for instance, fighting demons or clearing rubble while the people trapped beneath it might still be alive? The face of this golden-curled Asamir is beautiful even by the standards of his kind, in whose veins runs the blood of angels. His melodious voice sounds cheerful, but bitter reproach simmers in his gaze. Don't you dare call me brother, heretic. The signs of recent hard fighting are obvious in the stern old man. His armor is dented and covered in blood, and his unnatural pallor suggests something more dangerous than wounds inflicted by claws and fangs. Nevertheless, his gaze is stone and his voice accustomed to breaking orders in harsh and clipped. How dare you accuse me of doing nothing to protect the city, especially now when the followers of your temple were caught committing treason? To my mind, you are no different than the demon worshipper, those miscreants those beasts that are digging under the city walls. Everyone knows, my dearest prelate, that in your zealous pursuit of order in the city, you have since forgotten how to tell friend from foe and good from evil. That's what's happened with the adepts, whose act of treason was a genuine attempt to save the city. And yet again, I am forced to repeat myself. While we are wasting time on pointless quarrels, people are dying under the rubble of our city. People whom we could have saved if you had only set your soldiers to the task, and not kept from here surrounding a useless and utterly harmless hole in the ground. Harmless? Well, if it's on your say-so, then that must be That must mean there is something down there. Your associates, no doubt. And they are just waiting for us to abandon our post before they slink out and try again to. The old man notices you approach. Anyway, I remember you. You appeared in the city the day the demons attacked and Terentelev died. What are you doing here? Answer at once, or I'll have you strung up by your ankles before you know it. Don't think that the demons have wounded me. I still have enough strength to take on hundreds of the sorts. And what is this hideous creature? Hurlon peers at Lan with suspicion. Lan and your savers, the mongrel ducks his head and bow. My forebears fought in the First Crusade. I lived in Canabras my whole life. You haven't even seen me before? It must be because you don't ever venture into the underground district. We have been meaning to complain to the city authorities that our paving stone have been in need of repair for a long time. The First Crusade, so you are mongrel, eh? You obviously know human speech, surprisingly well in fact. Alright, let's be off with you. The prelate looks at you. If he causes any trouble, I shall hold you responsible. Come to think of it, you still haven't told me what you're doing here. And who are you? I'm a crusader. I'm fighting to liberate Canabras from the demons. A crusader, you say, huh? I've been looking into that. You obviously don't know to whom you are speaking. I'm the one who decides who's a crusader and who's a traitor in the city. Harlan Shapok, prelate of Canabras by the grace of Her Majesty Queen Galfrey, and the city defender against threats from within and without. And as we can see, you've done a sterling job protecting the city. The golden curl Asami flashes a flanky smile. I am Ramin of Edme, prior of the Temple of Desna, which alas currently lies in ruins. Wise Hurlon here believes it is vital to guard this hole in the ground, from which he is certain demons will emerge at any moment. I have been trying to convince him that the city has far more urgent matter to deal with. For instance, rescuing those currently dying under the rubble. You know what? There may be in fact be one matter that is more important than guarding this hole. I put it off, and look where it leads us. I should have had you hung from the gate back when you dared to defend your gang of delinquents, demon collaborators. If the Sarkonians had angered Ale Volesh while they had the chance. Sarkonia had hanged Ale Volesh while they had the chance. There never would have been a war. I won't repeat this mistake. I won't hesitate any longer. Soldiers, seize this scum. Prelate, see reason. These are frightening times, but threatening to hang someone without a trial. This is unworthy of Sevan of Ayomide. The old man fixes his eyes on Sira. Lest you forget, girl, we may serve the same goddess, but you are not an inquisitor. Don't question the way I choose to save Ayomide, and I won't question yours. Behold, Inquisitor, obey the gift of an angel who died in the caverns below Canabras. I am no enemy of yours. The old man frowns and whispers something, a prayer or a spell. With each word his face relaxes. You are telling the truth. The light in your hands was wrought by the power of heaven. I will keep an open mind with regards to you, stranger, and later, under less fractious circumstances, I would like to ask you about how you came to receive this gift. But that can wait. Now I must deal with this filth once and for all. What precisely is accusing Ramin of Inquisition? Treason. No long before the city was attacked, several followers from his temple tried to secretly access the watertower and perform a known ritual over it, always trembling with fury. The Waterstone of Canabras, the gift from Ayomide, the bringer of light, wrought by the hands of the herald, the first in the chain, and followers of that crazy rant of the goddess tried to meddle with it using their magic. After hearing a voice in their dreams, Marsorgia almost had them caught when Ramin got in the way, allowing the traitors to go to the ground. I made a mistake. I didn't have him locked in a cell and interrogated to within an inch of his life. And now the city lies in ruin. It's time to rectify the mistake. I've told you before, and I tell you again, my people foresaw the attack of the city. They knew the Waterstone already carried the seed of corruption within itself, and they were simply trying to heal it. I've heard similar claims before now, where I was. And yes, from Stanton Vane, the traitor who brought down Dresden. The lessons of the past have taught us a great deal, and this is why I never believed you of my mob lies even for a second, and it was right. See, I don't like this lawful because it's lawful because I'm just being convinced that he's a troublemaker, and yes, but I don't think that's lawful. Don't lay a finger at him, or you'll have an answer to me. The Asami holds up his hand in a placing gesture. Stop! You are defenders of what remains of Canabris. Can't you think of anything better to do than beat each other's throats in the ruins of the city? Rami looks at the prelate. You are a fool, Holland. You are a zealot and a murderer, but you are a fool first and foremost. I told you that the Waterstone was weakened. You wouldn't listen. I warned you that the city was going to be attacked. You should shoot me away. The truth is that you young adepts were trying to save the Waterstone, and you stopped them. Of course, those truly responsible for the strategy are the demons, but you have done nothing to prevent it. And now, you would still rather kill an innocent person to perish yourself than admit that you were wrong. As always, with a wave of his hand, the Asami vanishes. He fled, the heretic. He's no doubt expecting me to rush off in pursuit, but that won't work on me. The Hulun turns his attention to you. What about you? If you truly have been marked out from the gift of heaven, this is your chance to save the city. Go and bring back this filthy traitor. I am almost certain that he and his cronies were helping the demons, either knowingly or unknowingly. Their attempts to bewitch the Waterstone is clear proof. Rami must be captured. Why are you obsessed with finding enemies wherever you look? Why? Why? You must not be from these parts, or you wouldn't have asked the question. I look for enemies everywhere because our enemies are everywhere. Who are we at war with? Demons? Demons and cultists. They are masters of deception. They worm their way into your favor and masquerade in all manner of false guises. Do you think Dresden was taken by force? No, by trickery. But it's not for me. Canabris would have gone the same way long ago, captured out from under our noses. Now listen to what I'm about to tell you. This was a long time ago. I was very young then, and I had just joined the crusade. Back then, Canabris didn't have a garrison so much as a public thoroughfare. Anyone who wanted could just roll into the city. One day at dawn, a group of refugees came up from the city gates, bold and brass. The guards let them in. And why not? For no one was ever turned away. It was no matter. Everyone's welcome in the city. If you came from Mendev, or if you hauled yourself here from across the seas, the Crusades accepted all and sundry. But on this occasion, we paid dearly for our laxity. Just as soon as those innocent lambs entered the city, they transformed into demons and rushed towards the Waterstone, slaughtering everyone who tried to stop them. 62 people died in less than a minute. The demon used their mutilated corpses to desecrate the obelisk. None of them dared to go near it. The light of the goddess burned them all, so they threw a blood from afar, splattering the Waterstone from every direction. And the lead demon, an eyeless beast, Minago is her name, jeered and gloated, saying we mortals had been sitting ducks, and the creature was right too. We let our guard down, and we got what we deserved. That bloodbath came to be known as the Red Morning Massacre, and it was burned into the townsfolk's memories. Since then, Canabris had adopted different practices. Heretics, cultists, spies, all on the rabble who covered our low glory, we drove them all out of the city. We haven't had any trouble here since. Many have come here, even the Balo Kormazerdeth, and they have all been sent straight back to where they came from, or else they were killed for their trouble. You see, the Skadi himself had to crawl out of the abyss and came here. The goddess cursed him in order to break through our defenses. And what did he do? He left again. And we are still fighting. Now that is what vigilance and discipline can do. I see you suffered greatly in battle. Nonsense. I had to deal with a brute of Nabasu. I was nothing. I've taken on worse enemies with their goddess help. They could seem hale and healthy, but you are not sure if this wounds truly are minor or if it's just bravado. Does Ramin really warn you about the attack? Those crazed Dresdeners, were always bursting into our study with their incoherent prophecies that came to them in their dreams. I won't lie, sometimes what they said did come to pass, but can we really rely on the woolly dreams of heretics over the cold hard facts of intelligence reports? Plenty of demons could have easily fooled them and whispered a treasonous plans of their dreams, and those lunatics would have been only too happy to listen. This time Mr. Cole's brains came to me and declared that demons were about to attack the city and that the Wardstone power has diminished by some kind of contamination or taint. Yamete forgive me for even repeating the words. After uttering such blasphemy, he should have been locked up along with his followers and interrogated, but instead I simply increased the surveillance on them. And what next? My people caught them red-handed trying to attack the Wardstone with no magic. And not 3 days later, the demons attacked the city. There is an obvious connection between these events. Whether deliberately or under demonic influence, the Desnan played right into the Desnans of the Skadi hordes, and they almost left the city completely defenseless. Ramin covered for his people the whole time and helped them escape my guard. After that, what else can he be but traitor and a heretic? There's nothing dangerous in this hall. You have no reason to guard it. You told me yourself that you receive a light-bringing gift from an angel who perished in the caves below our feet. Is it no secret that those passages are teeming with dangerous creatures that could kill anyone, even a warrior of heaven? Demons and demonic offsprings love roaming about underground. That's why I will be keeping an eye on this hall. If the beasts decide to attack from here, we'll be ready for them. Where I can find Ramin? How should I know? These weasel can't have gone far. He turned invisible, he probably hurled down in some hole, like a traitorous little rat he is, and he'd be sitting trembling and waiting till he's dragged out of here. With the prelate after you, that seems the only sensible thing to do. It's what I would do. I'm sure lots of things sound sensible to you. And it works too. As you can see, I'm still alive. Then go then, if you have to. It would be good if you could return with the head of that scum. Ember peers instantly a hole on. I remember you. When Father Jan arrived at the city, you met us. What is this gibberish? As if I had nothing better to do than to arrange meeting with Vangrens. But it's true, you and the other knights tied us to the stake and started lighting the bonfire. Father died, and then one of your knights changed his mind and pulled me from the flames, but then he died too. Don't you remember? If you were burned, then it was with good reason. You say some traitor helped you escape from the fire? That is the crime in itself, which means that you have been evading justice all these years. If it weren't for the invasion, I would review your case and see what your sentence was finally fulfilled. You're lucky that you have more important matters to deal with right now. He didn't look the way he does now, all wrinkled and grey. He was young with a big moustache. Ember smiles broadly and draws a large bushy moustache in the hair within a finger in the air with her finger. He probably forgot all about me. It was a long time ago. But I do want to say one thing. I'm not cross with him. This knight is a true hero. He just really wanted to protect the city, only he got all mixed up about who was good and who was evil. You forgive him after what he did to you? He thought he was doing what was right. How do you know? Maybe you've done something, thinking it was good, thinking, but you were really doing a bad thing, and you're hating someone. But what if? I've done the same thing? You can't get angry at people for making mistakes when you might be no better than them. Hold on, you sent an innocent child to the burn at the stake. Don't you want to ask forgiveness? Bah, hardly. Anyone can look innocent. How did this girl manage to survive the fire? And what about the crow that's always flying around there? I advise you to take a closer look at this innocent little lamb of yours. If you ask me, she looks highly suspicious indeed. Yes, let's go. Bye-bye, kind knight. She waves to Hulun with a carefree smile. Hulun grimaces and turns away. The gold-cooled Asami greets you with a graceful bow. So you found me. I have nowhere else to run. I am at your mercy. Kill me if you wish. But I ask you, hear me out first. See a lawful attack? It's over for you, traitor. Well, I don't have any evidence to say that. I think lawful needs to be a little bit more, you know. Because all this saying to me that this is lawful situation and Huelin is chaotic. Not lawful, because he doesn't follow anything, he's just crazy. Did you really know about the demon attacks before it happened? I did. We have a secret ally in the enemy ranks. No one knows who this brave soul is, but she has been feeding us information about the demon's plans. These dispatches have come to us by the most reliable channel bestowed upon us by the great dreamer herself. They have come in to us in dreams. Pride Hulun brushes them off as a meaningless reveries. And well, I admit that it isn't always easy to distinguish our ally message from our ordinary dream, but even ordinary dream, a gift from Desna, are always worthy of attention. The prelate and all the Crusaders leaders, for that matter, should have put less store in reason and more in institution, inspiration and spontaneity. What's more, not long before the attack on the city, a blind elf who called himself the Storyteller arrived in Canabres. This wanderer wasn't merely a collector of legend, but a scholar of the unknown. According to him, the wardstone in our city, the first and most important in the chain of wardstones, weakened since long ago, was teetering on the brink of corruption. It seems that the Red Morning Massacre and other demons' attacks, even the ones we fended off, did not leave us unscathed. Unfortunately, the prelate did not wish to listen to the storyteller either. We are lucky he wasn't burned at the stake as a heretic. We had much vital information on our hands, information that could have saved the city, but no one cares to listen all the way to the catastrophic end. Not all dreams have benign origins. What if those dreams were sent by demons? In a different time and place, someone perhaps could have become the victim of a false dream saved by monsters. But here in the war with the Abyss, the goddess is keeping a close eye on her most faithful followers. I have no doubt that if a demon tried to intrude upon the dreams of any one of us, Desna punishment would have been swift. Well, tell me about the strange ritual that we're going to be performed on the wardstone. Ramin looks slightly abashed. When my attempts to open Hulun's eye ended in failure, a few of my young adepts resolved to take matter into their own hands. They did not consult me before doing so, but I have never demanded iron discipline from my priests. Army commanders may have subordinates, but I have pupils and fellow worshippers. I can only inspire them, I can only command them. I cannot command them, and it seems that they were inspired all on their own. In other words, you get to preach whatever you want, and you don't have to take any responsibility for your flock. You really got it made. For pity's sake, how can I be held responsible for actions of others? These are not children we are discussing here. They are grown adults endowed with their own free will. Praise to the goddess. Of course, we all help one another, but in the final reckoning, each of us decides how we will act, and each must answer for those choices. They had no ill intent. They only wished to access the Wardstone in secret and try to cleanse it. By to Hulun, this perform a suspect ritual after hearing even more suspect voices in their dreams. The children wanted to save their city, but the Inquisition detained them, and almost killed them. I had to intervene. I used my authority and my power as a cleric to give them a chance to flee. If they hadn't got away, they were destined for a cell in the Prelate's dungeon and quite likely death. Why are you and Hulun feuding? Oh, I'm not feuding with him. I sincerely wish only the best for the man. In the ideal world, he will be far away from the front lines enjoying a peaceful retirement. But even if that isn't possible, I have always tried to help him fulfill the mission he has taken upon himself, and to which he has proved fatally ill-suited, protecting Canabres against the demons. Unfortunately, he is convinced that the followers of Desna are heretics and saboteurs. He refused to listen to me, and it was only the knightly order that deterred him from including us in his witch hunt. Now there is clearly no one else left to stand in his way. He is finally free to get rid of us once and for all. Is there any chance you can resolve the conflict? I don't know. Hulun's face is truly formidable. Not only his faith in Myomide, but in his own infability. In other words, he is hard-headed as a rock troll, but even so, Desna teaches us never to lose hope. Talk to him, try to explain that we are fighting on the same side. If he attacks you, disarm him, bind his hand, and I beg you, if all possible, please do not kill him. Why haven't you left this place for something safer? Because people might need help, and they will come to the temple in search of a priest. I will not hide away in a hole saving my own neck, while Canabres is full of people suffering in the wake of the demon's attack. Wait, 3 of my adepts are hiding somewhere in the ruins of the city. The ones the Inquisitor wrongly accused of treason. I beg you, find them and protect them against the demons and vigilantes like Hulun. They will not rest until they find them. If there is anything else you can do to save Canabres, please do it. Stranger, wait. You sped ramming despite what that mad Inquisitor told you. The young voice comes from nowhere. Oh, hang on, I forgot to remove the spell. I hope Hulun dogs aren't lurking nearby. A pale youth materializes before you. His face looks haggard from the lack of sleep, but he's clearly pleased to be speaking to someone. So you were the Desna adepts that tried to break into the Wardstone. Yes, I'm Il's, cleric of Desna, and one of the people who answered the call of the voice in the dream. Some unknown person made contact with us through our dream, telling us about the demons' plans. We learned that the demons were planning to attack Canabres and do something terrible to our Wardstone, which already carries a taint of corruption. Planet Hulun refused to heed our warning. We had to make a choice. We could either throw up our hands and pull back to take action, even though it could cost us our lives. But that heartless person could stand by in the face of such deadly threat. So what, you went against Hulun, but he is official government of the city. What of it? Says the cleric with remarkable complexity. Submitting to unworthy leaders is one of the great ills of our civilization. We will never defeat the demons if we keep listening to people like Cullen. So whose voice were you hearing in your dreams? Nobody knows where it is, but everyone who has heard her, as I should say, is convinced that she is a good and pure soul chosen by Desna. We had the choice. We could trust her, accept that we have an ally somewhere who isn't afraid of all the armies of the Abyss, or we could drown in suspicion and get only step closer to becoming just like Orlon. We decided to trust the voice, and seeing Canabras devastated, which is what our unknown ally tried to prevent until the very end, I can see now who had the truth on the side. Where are the followers? Where are your fellow worshippers, and how many of them is there? Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know where they are. We split to confuse the Inquisitor who was chasing us. Or do you need help? Desna teaches us to trust in last stage chances. Listen, my friends. My friends are called Aranka and Thal. Thal the Wallflower. Aranka is an amazing singer and a truly beautiful girl. She has plenty of friends and fans. She probably blended into a crowd somewhere. Wallflower is a mage, but I don't think his risk is in magic. It will only bring the Inquisition down to him. He'll be harder to find. You find Aranka first. She might know where Wallflower is. Please find them and protect them against the demons and the Inquisitors. I will wait news in the Goddess Temple. I hope our mysterious helper will send a new message that will reveal where it comes from the demons. Go, may Desna be with you, stranger. The Inquisitor gives you an appraisal look. Well, what brings you to me? I talked to Ramin. He's not your enemy. He only wants what's good for Canabras. The Inquisitor gave you a black look. I would consider those words an admission of treason from anyone else, but I don't wish to draw my weapon against she who has been given heaven's gift, and I won't, as long as you don't do anything worse than conniving with the rabble-rouser's Ramin. I won't ask you again to kill the rabble-rouser, but as soon as we liberate the city from the demons, my faith will hunt him down.
Is restless. I wonder why.
I managed to calm Harlan down a little, but he's still hellbent on driving you out of the city once a demon attack has been repelled. Ramin heads lowers. I suppose I should be pleased, but the idiocy, the injustice of it all, it makes my blood boil. I will leave Canabras, but not before we fight off the demons. No matter what happens, I thank you. Irbeth Tirabate of the Eagle Watch is gathering survivors in Defender's Heart Tavern. You would be very useful there. Commander Tirabate? I do not know her personally, but her wife Anivia is a regular worshipper at our temple. I will be glad to aid them in this fight. Thank you for listening to me and defending me. I will go now to Defender's side. I hope to see you there. May Desna keep you. The feud between two servants of Fae has been settled. A question out of curiosity: what becomes of mortals should the gods grow weary of restraining themselves and decide to settle the dispute once and for all? It is likely that when this happens, the days of the Crusaders will seem to mortals like an era of peace and prosperity.
We will win this war. A bright future awaits us.
Muy interesante. Custom barrak. Mustalakan.
Watch it, watch it. What are you goons doing? You'll bloody crush me. A young tiefling lies trapped in collapsed section of the tunnel. Another or two tieflings scramble around, trying in vain to free him from the rubble. Quit whimpering. Hey, alarm! Someone's coming. Maybe she will help us. Wise up, would you, before you get us all killed? Let's make a run for it while we still can. No, come on, leave me, I'll die here. Hey guys, I see you in a bit of a jam. Get a load of this lot, and no escort neither. Warjiv, you little shit. How are you not dead? And who's that with you? They're friends of mine, great guys. Warjiv turns to you and out of the corner of his mouth says, listen, do me a solid. Help them drag the sorry carcass free. They'll repay you, cross my heart. Who are you? Who, us? We are nobody, just simple citizens. We used to live here, but now, yeah, we just lived our lives. Didn't do nobody no harms, and then kaboom, the place falls about to our ears. The tiefling are unsty, they're hiding something. Don't lie to me. Tell me who you are and what you're doing here. Alright, don't hurt us. People call us tieflings. We kind of skate around the edges of the law. That's how we make our living. Says some tyrant bans books that show stuff he doesn't like, or fancy curing wine he doesn't drink. It is wrong if we step in to fill the gap in the market. Is there demand for it? Someone got to sell it. Don't go thinking we are gangsters or anything. Our only concern is making the lives of citizens easiest for a little coin. People in the city can't even breathe without breaking some stupid regulation or restriction. Take this tunnel that collapses on top of our friend, for instance. It leads straight to the Grey Garrison. Thanks to it, any soldiers whose throats feeling a little dry or who's needing some nighttime reading material, we can get all the things from him that this Halter Superior refused to. We are providing a public service. Enough talking, get these rocks out of me. You send me down here for a goddamn crate of cognac, you idiots. Now get me out. I'll help you pull this out from the rubble. You easily clear the rubble and free the trapped tiefling. Phew, I'm alive, and all in one piece, give it a take. Thank you, I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life. The free tiefling turns to his companions. And you two clowns, I don't want to hear a word from you. Get into the tunnel now. One trip, just to the Grey Garrison and back. Don't be cowards, it's not going to collapse. Go, or else we came all this way for nothing. That ended well, didn't it? I helped you. Now you can help the Commander Tarbate to save Canabres, the militia and his people with various skills, even ones as unusual as yours. You what? Are you blind of something? The tiefling points at his horns and his tail. Know what people call us? Aleu Spawn, and that's one of the nicer nicknames. Crusaders and tieflings don't mix. We'll be torch on sight. Whoa, Tarbate, Irabeth Tarbate. From the Eagle Watch, lads, we have to help her. She's one of the only big shots in the town that actually treats us with any decency. Why would we risk our neck for the Crusaders? Because Irabet risked her neck for us. She saved me from the creep Hulun, yanked me straight out of his torture chamber. Only a worthless Torag would refuse to help her, help out after that. Nah. I'm not listening to any one of this, to any more of this. The Tieflings make a show of covering his ears. You do what you want. I'm heading to the River Kingdoms. Go on then, I'm going with the Crusaders. I'm going to round up the others to help the Tieflings makes. We've made some good money in the city. I'd be ashamed to surrender our meal ticket to the demons, but enough yammering. So long.
No reason to pause.
Can we retreat already? Cover me, all right?
Attack!
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
We shall overcome!
You won't survive me.
Distract them for me.
The light take you!
Do not hold back. Strike as one.
Endure this!
Time to share your treasures!
Our path leads on.
Despite of the city troubles, the statue of Ayomida towers proudly over the streets.
Pretty good, aren't I?
I will guide us.
Together we stand. Do not fear! Do not waver!
Make every strike count.
Cover me, all right?
Attack!
my blade! Into the fray!
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
We shall overcome.
The light! Take you!
You won't survive me.
Distract them from me.
Do not hold back.
No glory without risk!
Endure this!
Time to share your treasures.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Make every strike count.
Cover me, all right?
Yes? I will help where I can.
You can handle them, right?
Into the fray!
Strike as one.
Aeon Orama.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
I'll cut you wide open.
A bright future awaits us.
I won't let you hurt my friends.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Attack!
Surrender or else.
won't survive me.
We shall overcome.
Cover me, all right?
Go. The light take you.
Endure this!
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Make every strike count.
Do not hold back.
Distract them for me.
Into the fray.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Strike as one. Take that.
This will leave a bruise.
Time to share your treasures.
The light take you.
You won't survive me.
Attack! We shall overcome.
I'll cut you wide open.
Cover me, all right?
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Endure this!
Nice.
Rely on me.
We are level 5, so continue with Quartermaster.
Together we stand. We march ahead. I will not falter.
Level 5. Ooh, we are going to change slightly. We are going to go. Cavalier Beast Rider. Should be a little bit selfish.
can trust me.
Always be ready for the worst.
Something wrong?
Yes? I can do this.
Our path leads on.
The young monk stands before you, the gaze roaming, the demon blood drying in the lumped faces. They were more talkative before, just as hungry though. Lan slowly takes his bow off his shoulder, careful not to make any sudden movements. Get out of here, kids. I don't want to shoot you. Get lost. What are you doing here? The Mongols respond. The gazes came to rest on you, and purple gleam appears in his eyes. The Mongols with the grove instead of an eye hisses at you, then bows his head in submission. The rest follow suit. The bloody severity of wounds. One is covered in burns, one have weapons or claw marks. It is safe to assume they were decapitated post-mortem.
I will guide us. Without a doubt. Forwards.
No reason to pause.
Do not hold back.
fray!
Make every strike count.
Strike as one!
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
The light, take you!
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Attack!
Distract them for me.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
You won't survive me.
Can we retreat already?
We shall overcome!
Endure this!
Time to share your treasures!
Into the fray! The light, take you!
Do not hold back!
Make every strike count.
Cover me, all right?
No glory without risk!
Strike as one!
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Attack! Hold on. Just a little more. Oh, this failure.
Into the fray!
go?
Hate those fucking little wrenches.
We march ahead.
A bright future awaits us.
Yet another obstacle.
I found something.
Cover me, all right?
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Attack!
The light, take you! The inheritor, guide my blade!
You won't survive me.
To the fray! I'll just sit here. Don't worry about me.
Endure this!
We shall overcome!
I hate those drenches. I can't fucking do nothing.
Together we stand.
We will win this war. I saw them. Rely on
Save the last one for me.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Attack! We shall overcome!
You won't survive me.
A bright future awaits us. Allah, Sa, down.
Our time has come.
We will win this war.
Save the last one for me.
I found... something.
Attack!
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
We shall overcome.
You won't survive me.
Into the fray!
Cover me, all right?
Do not hold back.
Endure this!
The light take you!
Stab you or zap you. Why not both?
Strike as one. Attack!
Make every strike count.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Distract them for me.
Well? I am helpful, am I not?
I will help where I can. Together we stand.
One of the richest and most distinguished citizens owns this house of endless revelry. The feats held here have become legendary, and the toils of war seem to steer clear of this house until the demons came knocking right on its door.
That is quite a discovery.
Wearing a robe? Check. Baphomet symbol around the neck? Check. Crazy eyes? Check. Note to self. Bring a mirror next time to be able to adjust the optimal level of eye craziness. Everything is ready for the experiment. An audience. Problematic but not critical. You there, girl. Stay out of this. It is counterproductive to stand in the way of scientific progress.
Who's that? I don't know her.
Greetings, boys and girls. I am your sister in sin, a devotee of Lord Baphomet's dark will, and so on and so forth.
She looks like one of us, but she talks kinda weird. Who's there with you?
Who? Oh, them. Just an audience. They don't matter. Consider them a supplementary component of the coming experiment. In the name of our Lord Baphomet, please be so kind as to undertake a little test of your competency in our wicked cause. Let's start with something simple. So here's my first question. What is Lord Baphomet's favorite weapon?
We will not answer to you.
Our lord can wield any kind of weapon. He is all-powerful.
Wrong. He wields no weapons at all. He doesn't need any. He just gores his enemies with his horns.
That is correct. But still, girl, no prompting, please. This experiment has taken quite a surprising turn. I would never have expected the followers of the great Baphomet to be baffled by such a simple question. Fine. Let's recalibrate the difficulty and proceed with the next question. Please name Lord Baphomet's sacred animal.
A bull! Of course, everybody knows that.
Yep. And a cow.
I'd like to ask you to stop prompting them, but it seems they could do with a prompt or two. It appears the experiment has yielded results which are as unexpected as they are incredible. Baphomet's cultists have not the slightest idea about who Baphomet really is, let alone any in-depth knowledge of his ideology or philosophy. I'm positive that this news will cause a sensation in widest scientific circles.
Damn it! She's right. I'm a shitty excuse for a cultist. And my mother used to tell me to become a plowman.
Hey, take it easy. We've only had 2 questions. You there, come on, ask another one. We'll get the next one.
Is there any sense in continuing? You cannot answer the simplest of questions. I am ashamed of all of you, as cultists and as individuals.
Please, ask again. I can answer. I'm sure I...
How do you spell Baphomet's name?
B-A-F-A... Oh, screw it. To hell with Baphomet. I thought it was gonna be fun, but instead there are all these questions. I'm done here. I'm going back to my home village, back to my mother.
Hey, wait! You there! How dare you stir up discord in our ranks? Grab her and tie her up! And her entire entourage, too!
The experiment is complete. Unable to deal with the questions, the cultists decide to deal with the examiner instead. A typical reaction for a person who has never been burdened with any intelligence. Now you're gonna start hitting each other, aren't you? Please, proceed. I won't interrupt.
Defeat is not an option.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Time to share your treasures!
We shall overcome.
Into the fray!
You won't survive me.
Cover me, all right?
Do not hold back.
No glory without risk!
Surrender or else!
Endure this!
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Strike as one.
The absence of an answer is an answer too. Or is it?
The result is statistically predictable, especially considering their intelligence level. What about you, girl? Are you ready to answer some questions for the good of science? Let's proceed with the experiment. My first question is simple. Which colors does the goddess Iomade prefer? This answer is correct. It is comforting to meet at least one educated person in the melting pot of ignorance that is Canabras today. Let's proceed. Did Aeron take part in any crusade before he died? Your answer is correct. Aeron's death dates to 4606, and that is precisely the year when the World Wound was opened. The First Crusade started back in 4622. Your knowledge would make Mendev's Crusaders proud. My final question is, what is the title that Aurilu Vorlesh bears? Is she the architect of the World Wound, the Lord of the Labyrinth, or the Border Acquisitor of the Shapeless Abyss? That's correct! Most excellent! You successfully answered all of my questions. Splendid. Amazing. This is a breakthrough. I thank you for your cooperation. It seems to me that I owe you an explanation. My name is Nenio. I am an explorer, a pilgrim, a yet-to-be-recognized scientific luminary, future author of the great Encyclopedia Galarianica, and rector of all Absalom's universities at once. Future rector, I should say. I also know several spells. It is so heartening to see you strive for knowledge. I have been conducting an experiment comparing the intellectual abilities of the average cultist with those of the average crusader, and I must admit that you passed the test with flying colors. This does offer a glimmer of hope for the future of Crusade. I have always claimed that despite the popular beliefs about the limited intellectual abilities of those in the army, at least some of them can be considered educated. It pleases me to see that I was correct. Yes. I apologize for an injury to your ego, but your name is irrelevant on the grand scale of the universe. Thus, it cannot possibly interest me. I will forget it as soon as I hear it. To avoid unnecessary confusion, I'd prefer to not know it at all. Do you wish to become my follower? To accompany me on my expeditions to the World Wound? To assist me in my experiments? To run errands for me? Perhaps even to write down my deepest thoughts for the benefit of future generations? Oh, how splendid! Of course, I agree. Truth be told, I have no money to pay you. But you will be aiding the progress of science, and that is its own reward. Huh? What? Oh, yes, the dangers and these battles. Of course, I will follow your orders. I place my life in your capable hands. So I can focus on the thing. Excellent, you're hired. To think that I finally found someone to accompany me. 27 Crusaders before you said no. Not one of them saw the undeniable appeal of my offer. Your first assignment is to take me to a safe place. I have to admit that today's experiment has left me quite tired. always open to ideas. Are you ready to move out? Huh? Oh, yes, what?
We march ahead.
You require my unbiased opinion?
You've marched me to the bones today.
No reason to pause.
Heartbeat quickens.
Distract them from me!
You should have listened to reason.
Attack!
Time to share your treasures.
I'll remove this obstacle.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
What a split occasion count, and this new media elixir is quite something.
We draw the first blood.
Cover me, all right?
Mind over muscle.
We shall overcome.
The light, take you!
Make every strike count.
You should have listened to reason.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Hold back!
Into the fray!
You won't survive me.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both? Can't you just die already?
Strike as one!
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Our path leads on.
A success worthy of praise.
Portrait of Garthleif Mendev, ruler of the kingdoms and founder of the Crusader into the World Wound.
It went splendidly.
The intricate patterns onto the harp depict the stars, the moon, and the butterflies, the hallmarks of the Forgotten's destiny. Thank you, stranger. The young woman does not look the least bit scared. Her cheeks are flushed and her blue eyes are glittering. For saving us from the demons and for your timely entrance. I swear, I don't know who has enraged me more today, the demons or the oh so affable master of this house. Who are you? I'm a bard. What else? I only arrived in Cannabis recently. I'm touring the whole Mendev and far beyond this border to perform for my devoted fans. Tell me a little bit about the master of the house. About the count? Her voice drops to a whisper. I've wanted to smash a jug over his head about 5 times today already. He just brings that feeling out in people. It's one of his many talents. Other than that, well, you've probably already heard about the Arandis family. All I can say is that the Count's servants flee this place like rats from sinking ship. No one ever stays here long, even though he pays them extravagantly. I even heard one servant complain that he always feels uneasy in the Count's home, like someone is watching him, unseen eyes staring at the back of his head, even if his back is to the wall, even if he turns around. I don't know if I believe all these tales, but I'm just telling you what I've heard. Yeah, that's the word on the streets too, the tiefling hunches his shoulders. This mansion is the tastiest morsel in the whole city, but all the thieves are afraid to even set foot in the street. Can you get some serve on your own? I'm going to stick around here for a while. I'm sure you must have killed or scared most of the demons, so this house is completely safe. I'm a friend of Il's. He asked me to find you and protect you. The young woman claps her hands together. Ix is alive, And he's made brilliant new friends. It's a shame it had to happen now when the city is under siege by the demons and those pig-headed inquisitors are pursuing us instead of doing something useful. How did you end up here? Hulun Hound found me and Wallflower, and they tried to capture us. I distracted them. Then I lost them in the streets before charming my way into this party. Even if the Inquisitors saw where I went, they wouldn't have been allowed past the door. Hulun holds no sway among certain members of the aristocracy, so I picked a good place to lie low. That is, until the demon showed up. She shivers and wraps her arms around herself. Do you know where the third of your group is? Wallflower? No idea. If he knows about the demon attacks, he won't just hide away. He'll go out and try to help people. If he doesn't know, well, you have no chance finding him. He's a pretty skilled mage, but I doubt he'll risk using magic. He'll probably do something the Inquisitor won't expect. Pose as someone, disguise himself. We had a great selection of masquerade costume in the temple. She becomes lost in thought for a moment. I know, I'll tie the shawl around your arm. Wallflower gave it to me. He'll spot it right away and know you're a friend. If I were you, I'd look for him in Canabra's Market Square. Why did you decide to break into Wardstone and cast magic on it? You put your lives at risk. Your information could have been trapped, set by a demon. But it wasn't a demon trap, Aranka says forcefully. Then her voice softens and her expression turns pensive. You know, living next to the Ward Wound and seeing the powerless of the Crusaders, it's very hard. We've been trying to defeat the demons for 100 years now, and we have nothing to show for it. I think that Queen Galfrey and the other leader thinks that we can defeat evil if we line up our soldiers in perfect column and send them marching off with a stinging battle cry. We just need a few more soldiers, a little more discipline, but we've been marching for 100 years and he's always one step forward, 2 steps back. And while the soldiers are marching, people like Harlan are seizing power behind the back. His fanaticism and cruelty were forged in the same furnace as the Crusaders' righteousness. We will never defeat the demons if we keep trying to march down the same path. We need to change tack. To challenge our principles, trust our hearts, our friends, and not mouldering doctrines. We need to listen to an entity that is willing to help us. My friend and I listened, and we trusted, and we tried to change something, at least we tried, even though it didn't work out. Great idea. Marching is straight line work word, so let's go attack the demon in a merry band of hopers and dreamers, brimming with enthusiasm and doing just whatever we feel like. When the demons see us coming, they die of hysterics and our victory will be complete. Naive children, that's what you are. But I admit, your words stir something in my soul. I wouldn't put you in charge of a military campaign, but I would be proud to fight alongside you. I'm Aranka, traveling bard and follower of Desna. Many of my fellow bards are ruthless misfits who wander the world, unwilling to, unable to live a normal life. For me, that's only partially true. I have a wonderful family, my mother, father, grandmother and brother. Right now they are all far away and I'm sure they miss me, but they have always supported me in my vocation and they let me be free to roam, because they know that I couldn't be happy while there was so much of the world I hadn't explored, and so many places where people might need my help. Can you get somewhere safe on your own? It looks like the Inquisitor aren't boosting down the doors just yet, and they are not hiding under the bed, so I think I'm safe for now. I'll be fine on my own. I'll go to our temple, to Ix. The Inquisitor must have searched there by now. They won't go back second time.
Greetings, valiant stranger who has just burst into my life. I am the master of this house, Count Daron Kale, myriad mellifluous monikers Aronde. No need to introduce yourself. I find remembering insignificant details, such as the name of passing acquaintances, such a bore.
Wow. Bonafide blue bloods and unparalleled aristocracy. All this makes me itch to do something really crass. Ooh, like blow my nose on the curtains.
What are you waiting for, my squamous squire? The curtains in this room are velvet, but we have some excellent silk ones with gold thread elsewhere in the house. Take your pick. My soft furnishings are yours to do with as you wish. I'm quite sick of the place, truly. I shall either sell it, or burn it to the ground and build a new mansion in its place. Now that we've finished with the niceties, tell me this. How did all those thrice-damned demons end up at my soiree? Canabras in ruins. Descari. Well, 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 and I was already lamenting the lack of excitement at my little banquet. Although it must have been tolerable enough if we didn't get notice of a great hulking demon attacking a dragon just outside the window. It seems as though Descari's occasion was altogether more of a crush than mine, if you will pardon the pun.
What should I know about you, Count, apart from the fact that you're highborn and very rich?
As a child, I had my very own pony, but I always dreamed of having a lamb. I was never allowed one. Sheep were seen as peasant animals, utterly unsuitable for the scion of a noble line. The trauma haunts me to this day. I think of it every time I have roast lamb for dinner. I'm sorry if I failed to sate your curiosity. I loathe talking about myself to people I don't know, even more to those I do know. The only thing worth knowing, aside from the fact that I am highborn and filthy rich, is that I dislike Puritans and demons in equal measure. Well, perhaps demons a tad more.
You don't seem very concerned about the city's fate.
I have no friends here whose untimely demise I would care to mourn. The only alarming thing is how easily all this happened. I don't care for the thought that demons could come calling at my door at any moment. And just think, everyone had so much faith in the wardstones gifted by Iomede's herald, and in the might of our tamed dragon, as if there had been no Dresden or a dozen other routes where the demons overcame every defense.
The Arendes are one of the most ancient and noble families in Mendiv. They are related by blood to Queen Galfrey herself. The Count is the last remaining member of his dynasty. The rest all perished around 10 years ago. In the tragedy at the family seat, Heaven's Edge, the demons got past the defenses and massacred everyone inside.
I thank you for providing your friend with that helpful summary, my lady. I believe I've seen you before, with that hilarious buffoon Horgus Gwyrm. I sincerely hope you are not engaged in any kind of sordid arrangement with him. The thought of something so splendid in proximity to something so grotesque makes me feel quite ill. You deserve a better fate than that, no doubt.
Your civility knows no bounds, Count. I most assuredly do not have any arrangement with Master Gwyrm.
Of course, where are my manners? There. You can also poke about the house and claim whatever takes your fancy. Though I imagine some of you already had that in mind.
I'm feeling very attacked right now.
You can go to defend this heart. It's under the protection of Tarabate and the Eagle Watch.
I thank you for the invitation, but I am not quite as desperate as I may seem. At times, it is better to be surrounded by the repugnant mugs of demons than the sour and dour physiognomies of Iomede's righteous paladins.
What about my physiognomy? Sour enough for his lordship? Don't worry, another few minutes with the dazzling Count here, and it'll sour like week-old milk.
What's this? An attractive paladin with a sense of humor? You're a veritable walking scandal. Either way, my mansion is now safe. I have a pair of half-decent guards. I just need to drag them out of the storeroom and bring them to their senses. I ordered them to drink a love potion, you see? For reasons which seemed extremely witty at the time and in the state of inebriation I then found myself in. They can guard the house while the valorous paladins beat back the demon assault. They will beat them back, yes? As regards myself, I feel like stretching my legs. I know rudimentary divine spells, I am no friend to demons, and I elevate any society that I deign to grace with my presence. I shall accompany you. Only for a short time, of course. I have no desire to remain at the vanguard for a protracted period. What say you, my ephemeral but highly diverting acquaintance? After all, Lord Descari spoiled my party. I now burn with the desire to spoil his.
I don't like this guy much at all. Not even because of his personality, but just... I sense something dark about him.
I guess thumping him one next time he comes out with more aristocratic witterings is not allowed? All the more reason to take him with us. If we don't kill him, the demons surely will.
Don't ask me. Having him tag along would be like going for a nighttime stroll through the back alleys with a diamond tiara on your head. Even I don't like that kind of attention.
The Count's presence can only benefit us. I think we should say yes.
What? You're asking about whether to take this boy with you? The question lies outside the bounds of my interest. By the way, did you know that the young scions of noble families often sponsor the research of young scientists? What laudable passion for knowledge. True, the size of their donations bears a direct correlation to the hazardousness of the experiment being conducted.
He doesn't look like a whiner, and he can hold his own, so he won't be dead weight.
Capital. Good acquaintances that begin and end at just the right moment often leave the most pleasant memories. Wouldn't you say?
So, no. She will go, I think, coming next turn. Because I want him and her. For now, he needs to go.
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
I will guide us.
This manor is the city wealthy Quarterloo. This manor's in the city wealthy Quarterloo's grand, but not overly opulent. It didn't attract a lot of enemy attention during the demonic invasion. Perhaps due to the fact that its guards and servants had fled right after the first attack, and demons are utterly more interested in living victims than in the empty houses.
Rely on me.
Ah, there you are, at last. You certainly took your time. I thought perhaps you got lost on the way here, already regretting not drawing you a map. Ogre's relief are palpable even through his grousing. It is a tragedy to see one's house in such a sorry state, and I always had a few guards in my service, you know. I hope those blackheads died honorably and didn't simply flee at the first sign of the danger. Ogres turned towards the corridor with a passive expression on his face. My manor, you see, contains several items that are of great value to me. I wish to retrieve them before they are discovered by my fellow citizens, who in the current chaos seems to have taken to thieving and marauding like ducks to water. So here's what I want you to do. Take a stroll through my house, peek into the room, and if you find anyone, kill them on the spot. That teaches you the opportunities to stay away from Hogwarts Gwen Manor. While I was standing here by the entrance, I could clearly hear the sound of someone rooting around inside. Any possessions of mine you find in there, you can keep. It's all good as lost to me anyway. When you're sure the house is empty, give me a signal from my study window. Wave a torch around or something like that. You can decide when to get there. I've done many things in my life, but playing the part of a interpreted mercenary rummaging through someone else's tastelessly decorated poor planned manor is a novelty to me. How droll. I deeply regret that you had to participate in this, my dear Count. Come now, I love good caper, even when the setting offers my aesthetic sensibilities. What are those valuable items that's worth risking your life by going back to the manor? Never mind, you never mind. Now I'm paying you to clear the ruffians inside, not to ask question. Hogwarts glares at you for a second before dropping his gaze. In any case, you will learn that this is all about just as soon as you clear all the way to study for me. So restrain your curiosity for now. You're not coming with me? The very notion. You think I hire guards to do my bidding just so I can put myself in danger along with them? No. I've taken on my fair share of risk already today. But all the same, you took the risk of coming here even though you were well aware of the danger. What is it that draws you here so strongly, like moth to the flame? Camellia, that's enough. Oh, it seems I hit the sore spot. She quickly covers the smile that flits across the face. All right, I understand. Well, get on with it. Or are you waiting for a special order? I shall await your signal. Hogwarts pauses, and good luck in there, I suppose.
A bright future awaits us.
Together we stand.
I will help where I can.
Save the last one for me.
Yeah! Endure this!
No glory without risk!
I'll remove this obstacle.
Out of my sight!
Attack!
Make every strike count.
Into the fray!
You should have listened to reason.
I will see to your demise!
We shall overcome!
You crossed the wrong mongrel.
I hope you appreciate this.
Chain Hack of Shackles, a collection of to rival a prison. The colors of various sizes. Focus.
Together, we stand.
You won't survive me.
Do not hold back.
Precision and grace.
Mind over muscle.
Endure this!
The Inheritor, guide my blade! Strike as one.
I'll make short work of this.
You're irrelevant.
Make every strike count.
The light take you!
Forwards.
No reason to pause.
Out of my sight!
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Attack!
I'll remove this obstacle.
I will see to your demise.
You won't survive me.
Into the fray! We shall overcome!
Mind over muscle.
Precision and grace.
Endure this!
I am helpful, am I not?
successful in my search.
I'll watch your back. I am helpful, am I not?
Sophisticated instrument of torture, the purpose of some of them can be guessed.
Rely on me. I stand ready. A bright future awaits us. We will win this war.
No time for debates.
I'll make short work of this.
Make every strike count.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
You should have listened to reason.
Out of my sight!
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
The light, take you!
You're irrelevant.
Do not hold back!
I will see to your demise.
You won't survive me.
I will help where I can. Do not fear! Do not waver!
Endure this.
Precision and grace.
I'll remove this obstacle.
Strike as one!
Make every strike count.
I'll make short work of this.
You should have listened to reason.
We shall overcome! Do not hold back!
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Out of my sight!
Into the fray!
Mind over muscle.
Strike as one!
You won't survive me.
I will see to your demise.
No glory without risk!
irrelevant.
Attack!
Endure this!
Precision and grace.
The light take you!
Our path leads on. I will guide.
Heartbeat quickens.
This will leave a bruise.
Make every strike count.
I'll remove this obstacle.
Into the fray! Just sit here. Don't worry about me.
We shall overcome.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
The Inheritor, guide my blade! I'm done with you!
Do not hold back.
I'll make short work of this.
You won't survive me.
Mind over muscle.
The light take you!
I will not falter.
What's that there?
I will see this through.
Together we stand.
Death is life's final surprise.
Matricium Turinos. Matricium Turinos.
Doubt is the heart's
Anything
greatest
new?
challenge.
I welcome your company.
Magritio, Turinos.
Without a doubt.
Yet another obstacle. Endure this!
Out of my sight!
Strike as one!
Into the fray!
You're irrelevant.
Make every strike count.
Attack!
No glory without risk!
You should have listened to reason.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
I will see to your demise.
We shall overcome!
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Mind over muscle.
You won't survive me.
Precision and grace.
Do not hold back!
Into the fray!
I'll cut you wide open!
I'll remove this obstacle.
Endure this!
I'll make short work of this.
That is quite a discovery.
I hope you appreciate this.
The mansion is clear. You've alive. Fine work. My secret door remains open. Fantastic. I wasn't too late. If you'll follow me, family secret is about to be revealed. It's so thrilling.
I was successful in my search. Forwards.
I am helpful, am I not?
I must rest to fight another day. We march ahead.
The painting depicts a thin blonde boy with sticky pale skin. The caption reads Hogwarts Gwen, 9-year-old. The painting are right where I left them. Very good. Hogwarts Gwen, thank you for your help. There's something off about the paintings in front of you. The blonde-haired boy in the Gwyn family color doesn't look like Hogwarts in the least. The family portrait depicts Hogwarts alongside the unknown half-elf woman and a little girl who bears striking resemblance to Camellia. Who is in the painting, Hogwarts? So you've noticed. It seems there's no point in hiding anymore. Hogwarts is silent for a few moments, then sighed and presents his lips into a hard line. You see, I have two secrets. Camellia is in fact my daughter, and I'm not the real Hogwarts Gwen. Camellia, you are not Hogwarts Gwen. My real name is Darian Witt. My parents were the servants of the real Gwem at the mansion on the eastern edge of Mendev. The Gwem were generous and noble, but short-sighted. They burned through most of their fortune on charity, when instead they should have taken better care of guarding the mansion. When I was 10 or so, I used to play in the garden with the real Hogwarts Gwem, who was just my age. I've no idea where the demons came from. Hogwarts ran to the mansion and I bolted in the opposite direction. He was captured and killed and I wasn't. Hogwarts shrugs apologetically. Crusaders came from the nearest city to aid us, but I was the only one who survived. They asked me my name and I said I was Hogwarts Gwem. That's the whole story. Such a heart-wrenching tale. I never failed to bring tears to my eyes. You are in no position to judge me, Camellia. Hogwarts' hands curls into fist, but his voice sounds more tired than angry. You are right, I'm not. Darren's expression is strained as he listens to Hogwarts' confession. A small boy in a manor under attack by demons. Such a familiar tale. Mendev has many such tales, but there are rarely any survivors. Take poor Hogwarts, for instance. He didn't make it. You were fortunate, Count, assuming you are not hiding anything. Hogwarts given an awkward shrug, making it clear he was speaking in jest. What you've been doing is wrong. People deserve to know the truth. What good will the truth do to anyone? Who will help? Hogwarts Graham is long dead and his entire family. Believe me, if there was one Graham left alive somewhere, I would immediately hand over the entire estate. You committed a crime, and since then you've tried to atone, but let me guess, no matter how good you do, the guilt stays with you. It's true. How do you know this? I've made a mistake as a child. Mine was much more serious than yours. Indeed, any consequence. Many years passed before I learned to be at peace with it, so I'm in no position to judge you. It is difficult for me to speak openly about the secrets which I've kept all these years. I have been hostage to them my entire life, strange as that sounds. So Camellia is your daughter? Yes, illegitimate, that is to say. Hogwarts' cheeks redden. She has resided in the house since birth. The staff thought she was a niece or the daughter of a friend who died in the crusade. I never disabused them of their notions. Her mother, Iris, was a half-elf of humble origins. She worked in the gardens here. I wanted to unite the Gwem family with another noble line. The Gwem name could not be permitted to mix with commoners and thereby plunge into insignificance. Iris did not protest, and we successfully hid our connection. And when Camellia was born, I did not claim her as my own. As far as Mendev knows, Camellia is the daughter of a Gwem family servant who died over 10 years ago. And before you start telling me that's a terrible father I am, I want to tell you something. My daughter wanted for nothing. All her whims were fulfilled as quickly as they arose. I hired the best teachers and brought her the best books. She always ate well and had warm clothes. Isn't that what parent does? You've discovered my most terrible secret. Father cares so much about the Gwem name that he raised me in a mansion, hiding me away from the whole world. I'll always be grateful to my father for everything he's done for me, even if men of society disapprove of some of his decisions. Would it be insolent of me to beg for your discretion regarding what you know about us? Damn it all I thought Hogwarts endures as ditch water, but now he brings this delightful offering to the stolen identity, a secret half a lover and a bastard daughter. I'm afraid you've rather put me to shame. I promise to keep your secret, Camellia. But aren't you afraid I'll tell everyone your secret? Are you threatening me? The red blotches instantly appears on Hogwarts' face. I'm not afraid. After today we won't have a shred of proof. Who will people believe? A noble citizen of Ocanabris or a mercenary blowing? I would ask you to keep the secret of the Gwyn family in confidence. I would hate to end our fledgling friendship over this. Why is it like to live your whole life under someone else's name? When I was a boy, I used to hate Hogwarts. The condensation most of all, the pity on his face, his smile when he called me to join him in his games. The difference in our birth wasn't fair. Envy clouded my mind. When the demons killed him and not me, and I thought it was a gift of fate, I seized my good fortune with both hands and never let go. When I told them my name was Hogwarts Gwyn, the only heir to the vast fortune of the Gwyn family, on that day life was fair. Unfortunately, it took me many years to see the generosity behind the condensation and feel the compassion behind the pity. I discovered too far late that Hogwarts was my friend, and even when I did feel myself his, I never accepted the hand of friendship he offered until I was far too late. But now what I can do? Reveal the truth, reject the name, and allow it to sink into oblivion? Would my friend Hogwarts want this? Hogwarts shook his head tired. I bear the name of Hogwarts Gwyn with the pride and dignity it deserve. As a banner of the battlefield, I will multiply its merits. The Gwyn family will not be forgotten. I still serve Hogwarts Gwyn. Hogwarts attempts to smile, but the result is pathetic. What are you planning to do now? Well, first and foremost, I shall reward you handsomely for your help, and then I shall burn these portraits. I have kept them all this time out of misplaced sentiment, but they serve no purpose now. My ravaged home would likely be picked to the bone, and this secret room will inevitably be discovered. I don't want those paintings to be seen by anyone else. I see. Well, you certainly earn your payment. Here, it was a pleasure doing business with you. Hogwarts is silent for a while. Camellia, I can tell you from your face that you enjoy fighting the demons in a worthy party. I only ask one thing. Are you certain? Camellia doesn't answer but looks at Hogwarts with a half smile lingering on her lips. Well then, clearly I can no longer keep you safe. Our house is destroyed, our servants scattered or dead. Hogwarts stares into the daughter's face as though he's seeking the answer to an unasked question. Then he turns his attention to you. But now follow me. We'll make sure that no one ever again discovers the secret of Hogwarts Gwyn. Excuse me, but I can't see nothing when he's standing there. Sorry, my cat is just being in the middle of my screen. I'm being very fatigued. To be fair.
A rest would be welcome.
I do like how spick and span you keep all your things. Your armor is so polished. I could powder my nose without needing a mirror.
Well, I live in hope of the day when you can see me as a person and not just a convenient reflective surface.
Sometimes a long-awaited rest does not bring the desired relief. What comes in a heavy clinging sleep on the edge of wakefulness, where consciousness seems poised between reality and oblivion. The possible reason for such disturbed slumber are myriad: strained nerves, perhaps a lingering reaction to trauma. Kalal Palal emerges from the oblivion of her laden sleep like a drowned woman dragging herself up from the depth of the swamp. The wound on her chest is burning like someone pressed an inevitable brand to it. The wound has closed again, but the blood stain on her shirt betrays its presence beneath. There is no time to investigate the cause behind her malice. A trying day lies ahead, but now will Kalal be up to the challenge if her thoughts are so muddled and her entire body ache after a day's toil? I kinda know my health, better take care of it rather than later when it could be already too late. After several moments, the warren is absent, retrieving to the depths of the subconscious, but leaving the path open to return the next time Kalal Pala seeks refuge in sleep. Kalal Pala recalls that she slept peacefully in a defender's heart. Perhaps a priest can explain what has happened.
You can trust me.
Our path leads on. I will guide us.
Come on.
Without a doubt.
The eyes of a young lad peer out from you under the massive helmet. At this proximity, it is obvious that this armor is ill-fitting and mismatched, and the helmet specifically is either very poor made or theatre prop. Pardon me, I saw you with that show. Does that mean that you are a friend of Aranka's? Well, I'm saying, of course it does. So, the young man's speech is interrupted by the arrival of a new cast of characters. People in the robes of Iomedes Inquisition appear from all sides, surrounding him. Adepthal of the Temple of Desna, you are under arrest on suspicion of treason and aid in the demons. You have 1 minute to come quietly, drag your feet, and will count that as an attempt to resist justice. Prelate Hullun appears behind his people, and he is the traitor who almost corrupted the Wordstone with his magic. You didn't think that the disorder and demonic presence in the city would distract us from pursuing traitors, did you? Demons running havoc all over Canabris. Now is not time for settling scores. Or the contrary, now is the perfect time for catch a demon accomplice while you are confident you are letting day slips. You are torturing this poor boy for nothing. I can't stand for this. You bear the gift of heaven and you are taking the side of delinquent and corruption? Heavens know not only righteous anger but mercy as well. The Inquisitor gazes at the light, not even blinking. His face reveals a desperate inner struggle. At last he rubs his temples. I don't know why you are standing in the way of justice, but I do not wish to start a spat between the god and his righteous warrior in his hour of peril. Let this Desnan riffraff go wherever he likes, just as long as he is out of my sight. When we liberate the city from the demons, I will see to it that every one of the Ramin runs, and everyone like him will be driven out from Canabris. Come, faithful, we have no further business here. The young man lets out a sigh of relief and he watches the Inquisitor go. This is just bluntly unfair. We try to protect the city from demons, and instead of helping us, we get hunted by the Inquisitors. Prelate Cullen will be the death of us all, and there is nothing we can do about it. Anyway, thank you. I have been done for without you. You brought this on yourself. You deliberately incurred the wrath of the Inquisition. I've got a little confused about what was right and what wasn't. I will stand with the Wardstone. I mean, it's my burden to bear. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to go inside the Temple Desna. I want to be alone with the goddess and reflect on all that happened.
Make every strike count.
The light take you!
You're irrelevant.
The spirits demand your blood!
Out of my sight!
Strike as one.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
You should have listened to reason.
You are today's sacrifice!
I will see to your demise!
Attack!
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Forwards.
We march ahead.
Irkes, Aranka and Thal sit side by side like sparrow on a tree branch. They seem happy despite the chaos going on around them. If this isn't our rescuer, I'm good that you have come. Sit with us. Stopping with a minute won't hurt, so I'll gladly sit with you. The Adept shared the conspiratorial look. We decided to give you a gift, a special gift, one that we would never share with anyone, except for the person who risked their life for ours, who didn't just take a stand against evil, but against injustice under the guise of the law. Our gift, Aranka cuts in, is a song. We call it Starward Gaze, and it comes to us from the true servant of Desna from her domain on Elysium. This song can gift a soul with a renewed vitality. Just listen. You repeat the melody feeling coming from somewhere within your heart, and then, when the music stops, Kalpala finds herself in a place that looks nothing like the ruins of Canabris. It all happens in the space of a blink. The chaos her eyes on the world and reopens them to another one entirely. A delicate twilight envelops this world with streaks of moonlight breaking through the gloom. Kalpala is standing in a shallow stream of murmuring water deep in the forest. There is no one else around. Garlands on unfamiliar climbing plants twine around the trunks of a gigantic tree, and dangling from the branches are vines woven into what looks remarkably like swings. A carpet of fragrant grasses spreads out at the tree's roots, with island or photophosphorescent moss and lichen dotted here and there. Small, smooth stone with a strange mirrored surface are scattered across the stream bed in which Kalpala is standing. The stones catch the light shining down from the heavens, making them gleam silver and making the ordinary little brook look like a stream of darkness carrying a sparkling of stars through the night. Kalpala is sure that she has never been to this place before, and yet it all feels so familiar. It's a manifestation not of dream or fantasies, but that special way of looking at the world that only children possess. When a grain of light reflected off the piece of glass becomes a fallen star, when an oddly shaped stone can be a remarkable artifact, and when every shadow or twist in the path promises mystery or incredible adventure, a single glance into the forest stream brings this feeling rushing back. And Harley makes her way along the stream bed, taking in her surroundings. The whimsically twisting stream rushes throughout the silent forest, and Kalpala inherently strolling along it. This place evokes a strange feeling of, not calm, no, in fact, quite the opposite, a feeling of restlessness and anticipation of incredible discoveries or unexpected encounters. Or then again, perhaps it's not the place at all, but the eternal hunger, the carving for new experiences which dwell within many mortals' hearts. Speculation aside, just as Kalpala rounds the next bend, as an unexpected encounter does indeed take place. They come closer, not attempting to hide, stepping lightly on the mossy carpet, leaping from branches to branch, or flitting through the air. The creatures are thoroughly bizarre, as though they were deliberately conceived to try the sanity of every taxonomist on the planet. One has the fluttering wings of the butterfly on his back, another has the tail of a dozen different animals, while a third boasts trees of streaming water, hooves instead of feet, and springly cover growing all over his skin. "We have a visitor!" exclaimed one of the strange creatures, and it immediately runs along the stream, sending up moonlight slivered splashes with every step. "Who are you?" "We are Azatas, the children of freedom," says one of the creatures, carelessly swinging from the branches of the tree. "This forest is our home, for today. Tomorrow our home could be a lake 100 leagues to the south, or underground cave in Aziore's ocean, or a castle of clouds that scatters in the dawn breeze." "Where am I?" "Don't you know where you are?" asked the creature in amazement. There are planes of breathtaking beauty and planes of astonishing wonders, but only Elysium is woven from the carvings of beauty, from the belief in wonders. That is where you are, in the most peaceful, most wonderful corner of the plane of the boundless freedom. We are Zata. How did I get here? We don't know how you came to be here, says the creature with dozen tails, smiling. Mortals rarely come to Elysium during their lifetimes. But here you are, which means that something must have brought you. Something in your soul. If your soul did not harbor even the slightest spark of freedom, yearning, and compassion, you never would have found your way here. Now that you know the answer, tell us, what do you want? I wish I could stay here forever. The creature with the butterfly wings, who has his hero remain silent, gives the visitor a serious look and a nod to himself. I smell the burning blood and tears and the place you have come from. It clings to you. Your soul yearns for beauty and freedom that is good, but a soul meant for Elysium would never turn their back on suffering and strife. You must return to where you came from, for now at least. But would you like to take something from this place as a memento? The question hung in the air, and though the words of Kalalpala utters next are mere words, not a spell, not a military command, they seems to have equal bearing on destiny and life. Yes, I really want to. The Azatas draws closer. Take this memory with you. Take this light. Take the knowledge that any pebble struck by moonlight can be equal to any star. Take the understanding that you cannot fight evil with a clever plans until you have conquered evil within your soul, and your soul cannot be cleansed of evil if it's not free. Take our song, remember it, and it may help you, but only when you are true to that which brought you beneath the sky. All three adepts look at you, wide-eyed. What just happened? For a second you were surrounded by light, and we heard music, like music Elysium itself. I had a vision. I was in Elysium and the Azata spoke to me. The adepts exchanged a look of astonishment. I swear it's a sign that Desna herself has stirred trust to her gaze on you. You helped us and protected Wallflower from the Inquisitors, even though it wasn't your responsibility. The goddess couldn't fail to acknowledge such a noble soul. We might be getting ahead of ourselves here. There are many powerful entities in Elysium besides Desna, but, of course, there must be a reason for it. I am so glad we met you, friend. And not because I would be suffering at the Inquisitor hands right now if we hadn't, but also because you helped me overcome my doubts. We will always remember you, no matter what.
They will break against our resolve.
You won't survive me.
Go for their hearts!
I'll remove this obstacle.
Precision and grace.
We shall overcome.
Into the fray!
Endure this!
The defender hearts greet you with unexpected liveliness. Beyond the walls of the tavern, the once bustling and festive city lies in ruins. But somehow none of this can be fed within these walls. The people in the room are talking, laughing, raising toasts, even softly singing. It doesn't look like typical tavern revelry, but no, it is the grim violence of the recent days. Sheila waves to you. She is sitting at a table with the trio you met previously, the knight, the half-elf, and the red-haired halfling. Kalalpala, come! Let me properly introduce you to Elan, Janach, and Coel, the fearless warriors of the League of the Inspiring Cards. Sheila pushes the mug and beer towards you and speaks softly. It was me who convinced Irabeth to use with Janakel and Leyland found for the little prey. If you look out of the window, you may think that end times have come to the abyss, and the abyss has devoured us all. I thought some simple pleasantries, good food and good company could keep up the gloom at bay. Sheila looks at you hesitantly, as if trying to gauge your reaction. This isn't safe. What if the demon attack while everyone is drunk? Don't you worry about that. The card my friends found barely had enough for a couple of marks for everyone. Besides, Irabeth split them into two groups. Half are celebrating today and the other half tomorrow. Hey, we are just going to sit here with the grim faces. I say we get to know each other a little bit better, so we better reason to toast. Tell me about your order, Elan. As stories go, it's not very entertaining. I was born far from the south in Andorran. I lost my parents early, led the life of a simple mercenary, but often questioned the path I had chosen. I'm proud of my sword skill, I enjoy training and drills, and I'm not afraid of battle. But risking my life for coin, it takes a special mindset to choose that lot with no regrets. You have to want to risk your blood. I saw too many of my friends die and I wondered if it was worth it. So in the end I decided to choose another path. Now if I'm going to lay down my life, at least it will be for a good cause. That's how I ended up in Mendev and became a squire for the Houndheart. It's a small order. By tradition, it never has more than 12 members, and a new member is only knighted after one of the elders dies. We patrol the land along the Woodstone line and provide aid to travelers and settlers. Unfortunately, death is common among the Houndhearts. I became a full knight 2 years ago after lying my mentor to rest, but I'm content with my choice. My place is among the Crusaders. Have you been serving in the Eagle Watch for long, Gianna? I signed up 4 days before the demon attack. Am I lucky or what? Gianna lets out an overly boisterous laugh. I'm an apprentice of a famous fencing master from Mivon, and I learned a thing or two from him. Believe me, I soon got bored of fighting of bandits and getting involved in the petty squabbles of the bickering river kingdoms. I wanted a proper challenge, and you can't find a better place than Mendev. And what do you know? The moment I arrived, the demonic invasion began. My father would say that's no accident. Fate brought me here. What about you, Cole? How did you end up among the condemned? I just did what everyone else was doing. I grew up in the slums where everyone stole a little or maybe smuggled or guaranteed stashes so. Cole stares into his muggy gloom. Nah, I never killed anybody and I never did anything really bad. I got caught stealing and when they made me choose between the prison and the condemned, well, of course I didn't want to go to prison. I'm not that good of a fighter, but as Norgober is my witness, a thief can also be useful in a war against demons. I've always been a good scout. I can sneak under the nose of any monster. But I don't know where my friends are now. We got separated when the demons rampaged through the city. Chin up, friends. Whoever you were in the past, you are a friend now, and a crusader. Your skills will be useful to us all, you'll see. How do you all know Sila? I met my noble sister on the road to Canabres. I was returning from the south, from my fiancée, and was happy to be in the company of a paladin of Iomide. We said our farewells at the city gates, and I went north, along the road to Dresden, to my order's camp. Alan's face grew grim at the mention of the camp. The demons attacked us there at the same time they struck Canabres, but we managed to fight them off. We hurried to the city aid and joined forces with the Eagle Watch. All my fellow Houndhearts were wounded during the battle on the streets. I'm the last knight of my order who can still fight. It's so good to see Sila again. Every loyal heart counts these days. I am Sila I met Sival at the tavern in Canabres before the attack, of course. She was one of the few who would sit at the table with condemned. Knights usually don't even look at us, but Sila is different. I knew it the moment I saw her. That what made me notice Sila too. So I sat down to talk to her. I never understood why everyone treated the condemned so horribly, and I still don't. Our call is great, lad, so after that night, Sila and I went round to taverns together every day. Mendev is an amazing place. People from all over the world come here, for glory, redemption, or to help those in trouble. And they always find each other. This might be the best place in the world to find like-minded people and friends. That was a toast, in case you didn't notice. Sila, did you call me over just because, or is something the matter? I didn't just want to talk about today's celebration, you see. Aeon is in trouble, I want to help him, and I didn't know anyone else in the city I can turn to. His fellow knights were all wounded in battle. Aeon shook his head. Bad idea, sister, I told you. I don't want to bother anyone else with my problems. I need to handle them on my own. Oh, come on. Hiding your sadness from your friends is no way to live. Kels is right. Kalalpala, help me find you. Without her, it'd still be looking for you all over the Canabres. So, Aeon, come on. Stop being stubborn. Come on, tell me more. The young knight shook his head. In truth, I do not wish to impose. My problem are just minor troubles. A paladin of Ayomida and her friends certainly have more important things to do, especially now that Canabres has been overrun with demons. If I learn anything in life, is that there is nothing minor about good and evil. Sila begins seriously, but then a smile lights up her face. Take the three of you, for example. It seemed like all of you did was save one card from some lesser demons. But look how many people are happy now. That feast will now be sung of in a song, but who knows, maybe thanks to this one joyous honor of peace and rest, the defenders of Canabres will find the strength to protect the city. Sila catches her breath. I talk too much, don't I? Well, Aeon, I want to find you, and my reputation as a holy warrior of Ayomida won't suffer if it's more of a minor adventure than a glorious feat. The knight signs and seems a little embarrassed. Alright, I'll explain. The life of a crusader has given me more than just a purpose and a chance to serve a righteous cause. When I abandoned the life of mercenary and came to Mendev, I gained something else I never expected. It's here that I met all the ladies here forgive me, the finest girl in all the world. It's a miracle she found any love in her own heart for the burglar like me, but it's not about to let this miracle go. Not even the demon Lord Iscari and all his demon's army can stand in my way. Luckily, my beloved is now safely away from Canabres. For half a year I've been getting up my courage to propose to her. I even ordered a ring from Derek Sunhammer, the best jeweler in Mendev. Independent knightly order, live mostly of donation, and I'm not what you would call rich, but so want to make Kina happy. Oh, it took me 3 months to find a jewel the same shade of her eyes, and twice that long to scrape together enough money. Master Derek's work was worth it, but I lost the ring during the demon attack, and I probably never find a worthy replacement. The ring is most likely still at the Hound's Heart, camp outside the city. Aeon and his friends didn't have time to pack up the camp. First the demon ambushed them, and then they rushed off to help Canabres. I think we should at least go there and check. Not right now, of course, but once the situation in the city is under control. But could we run into this camp? My friends and I killed 2 large demons attacking the camp, then rode straight to the city without spending any more time cleaning up the rest of the band. It was only a few imps, but they might still be at the camp. Of course, this was a while ago. Our camp was attacked at the same time as the Wardstone in the main square, and I haven't been back there since. Fine, I'll help. Sila puts her hands on the shoulder. Thank you for agreeing to help. Aeon is a good man and a true knight, and I think the world should repay those who are devoted to doing good. Let's help him so he can propose to his beloved the way he wanted. Sila, I hope you can convince Irabeth to let me go with you when you do this. I don't want to be parted from my friends. Of course, if the League of the Inspiring Cards has come together in this dark hour, we must continue onward together. Whenever I sleep outside the walls of Defender's Hut, I'm plagued by a terrible dream. Can you help me? The priest studies your face carefully. You look tired but otherwise entirely healthy. If you were anywhere else, I would simply tell you to get some rest. But are we on the border of a war wound? And I'm not aware of what's happening to you. As you know, the wound is a rift between Golarion and the Abyss, and all that evil that feeds the Abyss does the opposite to our world. It feeds on Golarion. So it's that even when we cannot see demons near us, our ultimate foe, the Abyss, is always surrounding us. Many soldiers fighting in the war wound experience similar thing. They suffer terrible nightmares, get no peace, and sometimes even lose their minds. But we are trained to help you with the affliction. By the will of Abada, I have consecrated the altar here. The God's grace permits the space around it, soothing one's soul and quivering through during rest. So if you find any nerves of fraying, seek out the holy place like this, approach it, and all corruption will be cleansed from you. Tell me about the Abyss corruption. As you know, the wound is a rift between Golarion and the Abyss, and all the evil. I'm at Calicia. Fawn's melancholic expression remains calm, but her entire body tenses as his fingers wrap around the handle of his weapon. Under alchemical circumstances, I hope you seize the opportunity to kill her. Are you certain of your allegations? Fawn lowers his head and says in a hollow voice, I am. Her misdeeds are terrible and proven with absurd certainty. She claims she doesn't serve the demons. Of course she does. In an attempt to buy her life, she would stoop to the boldest and the most grievous of lies. Whose word do you trust, hers or mine? Now let her go. After giving you a sudden look, Thrawn stares off in the distance. Your decision is regrettable. I'm afraid that in doing so you condemn so many future victims to death. I suppose it just meant that bringing this hurt to close fall upon my shoulder.
Our path leads on. I will guide us.